Stop one stream just to start another. Beaut. And apparently I'm even at 100 subscribers, although I don't know when or how that happened, considering I didn't get a notif for it. But whatever. So while Bang Shield is setting up, I guess we can poke around with our champion build here for Ura and see what we can do with another 1,000 power score. I'm thinking the obvious answer being upgrade to a Cyclops, space permitting, but I'm not so sure it actually will. Because we're already pretty tight. Unless I can also fit the fin whale. That thing is behemoth. And would probably prevent me from activating the booster perk while backing up, which is super handy on cliffs. Let's double check. Forward, obviously better in every way. You get that extra gun health. And when we back up, we're capped to only 30 some. Yeah, and I can't get the damage bonus. Not that I should theoretically want to be backing up and firing per se, but it sure is useful when I am. Could also try the Yeti, I guess, because I already have a Ruin, but that's going to be a lot more power score in space. Let's see what we can do with the obvious answer. CR 390, a little bit more Dura, a little bit more mass, shouldn't be too big. Also lets me know how much. What? Alright. I'm not including that. So, I mean, easy enough to fit would be the Thor, but I don't think I have the extra 800 power score to spare. And we like the Carjack, but just for simplicity of building's sake. Since I'm already dead if they pop my gen. That kind of works, although I have one extra energy. The better answer mathematically is fit a bootstrap, but I get my ass tore up a lot. And I don't know that I could survive having the bootstrap there and having that destroyed, which is very likely going to be a very frequent occurrence. I mean, even that 10% is noticeable, and then we can get a little bit more filthy. Assuming I don't straight up dismount it in one barrel. Yeah. No, let's just try that again. Gonna be kind of awkward if Bang Shield is here, trying to tell me that he's good to listen and watch, but he muted himself. Sure, he wouldn't do a goofy goober thing like that, would you, Bang Shield? Come on, just a little bit more. Oh, a little bit more. A little bit more. Oh. I don't know if I want to risk more than that. Yeah, like 2.5 second reload. Beautiful. Yeah, that goes. do also want to protect the boosters more, because they're kind of an integral part to the build, but also they're enormous and I don't really have the space for it. And they, as I recall, nerfed blastoffs to be, what, 10%? So, in theory, I'd need 4 of those, which would be 8 energy, whereas this is only 6. Though, admittedly, they are literally, like, 2 of them take up less space than 1 Hermes. It's disgusting. Probably have to push them out and up 1, but... I don't really have the power scores or the energy to spare. So I think just have to stick with the Cyclops or cloaking. But I have no idea where I would put cloaking on this either. Let's see. This build has gone under, like, almost 24 iterations. There's only so much space I can squeeze out of this. We're already doing very questionable things, like mounting critical frames as 1x4s. I can't really push these out more. Or rather, I don't think it'd be smart to, and I think it would mess with my handling. But we could try for the sake of having more space up top. I believe this is the default configuration the original author used. But I also believe I had some handling concerns. I don't know. I honestly couldn't say if this is any worse. I don't know. Because generally speaking, it's important to have your steering wheels further out so that they can get sharper angles, but I don't really know how that works with non-steering wheels. It should, in theory, make turning harder, though. Standing on reverse, baby. Yeah, I mean, having it wider might make it a little bit less sensitive, but also, like, I'm aiming the gun with the aiming, not with the steering. Sometimes using that, I untrapped it from being only forward facing. So I'm not so convinced that's the way I want to go. Well, Benny Boy sure taking his sweet time, isn't he? Don't suppose the party crashed, did it? And apparently I'm just going to assume he got preoccupied. Alright, well, and we can probably talk about the builds. So, this is what I currently have. Oh, for context, I suppose. Clash of Engineers, which closes in 5 hours. So, you know, if you want to make one, now's kind of the time. They have a bunch of extra optional rules, which I already posted in the Reddit thread, like the power score not using parts above epic, etc. But this is only for those that want to be eligible for the coin redemption for making a pack for them so they can sell and make way more than 10,000 coins off of it. So I don't, so I just did whatever the hell I wanted. The theme is also kind of loose. I mean, it's just literally King Mine Layer. I guess if you want to be super fancy about it, you could make like a hover with a floating like throne with a king on it or something, but that's not the way I went. I was just basically looking at updating one of my prior builds, which admittedly is effectively a meme build, but this, I mean, there's been energy changes, but this is essentially a pure support build. So as you can see, absolute fucking unit. Not running anything that came out in the last year because it's an old build. And it's running cap cans and trombones, and it also has a Doppler tucked under the verifier there, and then it has a verifier as well as being a cohort. So it is like strictly a support build. Like, I got less contribution and score with this in an easy raid than a level, or than a power score of 4,000. But I thought we can make this way more annoying by giving a Hadron and then a King Mine, because I could be misremembering, but I believe either the Hadron was not out at this time, or I did not own a King Mine or something like that. So why not, like literally have the reload time on this and just be an absolute menace? Although again, probably only in PvE, because this is, you're not going to win any PvP at this. Maybe arguably Bedlam, maybe. But that's it. So the attempts to do so culminated in the build, which I've already submitted. This one, which I can't actually preview or download or anything, which is super annoying because I immediately replaced it with the one in my garage. So we're going to talk about the one in my garage first. Though you can see very, very similar form factors. You're looking at different weaponry and then slightly different armoring as a result, but very similar shape and part placement and style overall. So as far as the one in my garage, this is basically sort of a reverse of me talking over the general build updates and background and what happened to them, because it started off with the Sabbath Wheels cohort cap cans, went to the one I submitted, and then went to this. So as far as the notable things about this is me trying to actually make it somewhat combat viable. And although the raid I tried it in is way too long ago to show up in the record, this was still the sort of thing where, like, I brought it into a, what was it? It might have been it was a medium frontier defense on, I want to say Rock City. That sounds right. But essentially, because it has doves as well as a single king, it reloads the doves super quick. But the weapons have inherent issues with like the deploy count to begin with, which means it's not actually really good for setting up like huge roadblocks, because you can only have one volley out at a time per mine layer. So if I want to try and set out like an additional set, it just starts deleting the ones I already have down. And they're just not very good for raids to begin with, to be fair. I guess we could see if the raids are good. Not really. I mean, we can mess around with this, I guess. depending on if other people are actually on. Or the hell out of my teammates at least. So this is like maximizing the energy for this specific purpose, which is using a king to speed up reloading. So we literally have the 2 doves, we have the king, and then we have the fin whale, and then a flywheel, because we literally don't even have enough energy for the cyclone, unless we want to get rid of the king, which we can't for the contest, get rid of 1 dove, which is half of the DPS, or get rid of the fin whale, which I also don't, because it's going to help keep our weapons on, which is kind of a big deal, especially because they are close range explosives and tend to self-damage the build quite a bit. And then I also get more cabin speed, more cabin power to this than any other engine. So unless I got rid of the dove, basically I wasn't going to be able to get the Cyclops on here. But managed to get the 2 of them on nonetheless. Like, it's a decent enough combo. And I mean, I literally haven't tried it in PvP. Maybe it would actually do better there. Maybe. I doubt it. But like you'll see even in raids, like I'm going to be fighting Steppenwolf, so they're technically not the ideal enemy, but it was going to be even worse if I was fighting the hovers with Dawn's Children and was on hard difficulty, where realistically this thing can't carry its weight. But yeah, I mean, you could also just, you know, diagnosis skill issue, all of it. Who knows, maybe this is actually super meta-breaking, disgusting build, and everybody's gonna flock to it once they realize how powerful it is, but I don't think that's the case. While I might not be absolute pro mine layer user, I think I'm decent enough at them that it's probably not going to get much better than how I'm using it. Now, I will say too, they are in an annoying place, because the ideal way to have these on a non-flying craft, and one of the only limitations for this is that it has to be an armored car. Although I suppose that might have been for the coin draw again, so it's possible you didn't actually need to be an armored car for just general submission. I'll have to double check. But is that because these things launch out of those 2 tubes on the side, the way to get the most clearance is to put them vertically and have them sticking out at the top. But that's not very safe, because it means that anybody shooting at the top of my build is probably going to strip them. And then additionally, as you can see with the like wheel placements compared to like the height of the dove, which is 6 pips high, it's going to be sticking out quite a bit on the top. So not only is it like fairly easy to shoot off in general, even if you perfectly armored it, or I made the build significantly taller, but doubly so because of like how short this build is. Now the option, which is it's similar to how I have it on the other build, is I didn't have all 8 wheels together. I had 2 pairs of wheels and then a gap and another 2 pairs of wheels, because the king mine on this one is sit right behind the engine there in the front, which is why the mine, you can kind of see the dispenser there, which is why it sets out the mine at the front, and why it takes so long to deploy, because it's shooting forward while I'm also driving forward over on top of it. Whereas the other one has 2 king mines on the side, in the center of it, in between each pair of wheels, and I could theoretically fit the doves vertically there, but the problem is the doves are also a lot deeper than the king mines, so my build would also be quite a bit wider. So for the sake of it actually being somewhat, you know, protected there on the front, like I do have multiple layers of armor on it, even though they're not particularly strong each. And again, this damage is not exactly great, especially against the faction that has high explosive damage resistance. But they also have a really bad habit of following and or just going to the edge of the map when I slap these down, which is weird. So right now they're just following me, which is fine, because I can just not walk to the edge of the map. When I was playing Frontier Defense, they do that. They'd have the bad habit of like actively running away to the edge of the map, even if they still had weapons. Even if I didn't have mines over here, just having mines in the center over by OBJ would still cause them to like just fuck off. And considering how Frontier Defense is very dependent on your ability to, or its time and thus efficacy for points and fuel for the time involvement, is very dependent on your ability to find and eliminate all the enemies. And that's difficult when they run away. Again, they're just not good place for this. And if we get another better group after reset, we can try. Although, to be fair, again, this is still far more combat viable than the other version, because that one has 4 cap mines and 2 kings. It's very much just a harasser build rather than an actual damage dealer. Though again, to be fair, if you had this on a aircraft, it'd do a lot better because you could at least use the secondary fire mode where it instead detonates but has increased damage. Whereas for me to do that here, I essentially have to hurt myself. Meaning that I much prefer throwing the mines in front of them, but that also means I have to play catch up. And again, they really like running away from me with this build for some reason. Yeah, like that. Like, even when they had weapons, like, there'd be cannon bots, and they wouldn't be looking in my direction, and they'd just be running away to the edge of the map. Very annoying. And maybe we'll get lunatics from 2 defense or something, unless can actually maybe do something. But I doubt it. But other than the like obvious railness of this build, having all legendary plus parts other than the king, which is one of the most expensive epics to begin with, I figure this is probably going to be the best use I could get out of a king alongside weapons that actually synergize with it. Sure as how the fastest reward you're going to get out of the doves, even though again they're not particularly good. Like, I don't even have a radar on this one. It doesn't fit the power score limitations. Unless I want to take something else off, which, spoiler, I do not. Yeah, you can see the damage in the top right, like I'm being the only one who is not out damaging me significantly, although to be fair, that's the Retcher Hover. Is the incinerator who got hella nerfed and understandably could use a buff. But anyway, we also got tons of fun little particles spitting out the back, including 2 ATM machines, so points for style, I guess. But like in the other frontier defense, like 8,000 power score dudes who are just running like medium epic weaponry, like pierces or a cannon and a shotgun. Doing about equivalent damage as me, so not a super good. I don't know why it keeps opening that. That's very annoying. I'm assuming probably because it didn't close properly after I did that, maybe. See, that's not going to go any better. But, well, I guess it is lunatic, so you can go there. Really demonstrate the power of this build, as it were. And like, there aren't really co-drivers that super synergize with mines anyway, so I just went with Yuki, because it gives me more protection on the movement parts, gives me a little bit more resistance to being slowed, which is important since Teslas are like the mortal predator of mines. And again, from like a functional standpoint, for double doves, I literally do not think I could make a better build than this. I'm just kind of saying a lot since I only spent like 5 hours on it, adapting it after it was already the other build, which was like another 5 hours. Putting 10 hours into a build isn't a whole heck of a lot, but like I think this would still kind of work in PvP. Again, not very well because 15,000 power score and running doves, but without like dropping significantly and running like a single dove with a single king and just like hopefully one-hitting smaller vehicles. I'm not so sure there's anything more I could do with this build. Like pretty much all the parts that I wanted to have on it, power score, energy limiting wise, are on it. If I had more, obviously I'd do more, but I don't, so I can't. So like I have a carjack, I have a radar, I have the basic bitch radio or radar, even though it's not very good, but like I have one on it. I have the weapons, I have a reload booster even if it's not ideal. I have the fin whale, which is, again, kind of really my only choice for this. I don't know that there's really an up from here with it, which is not saying much. And like, on the kind of plus side, like, if you just basically inverted the build to have all the armor that's on the top at the bottom instead, you could just slap a propeller on it and run it in the sky, even though, again, it wouldn't be ideal per se. Like, it's at least self-contained enough that I think it would be fine enough at it. I say these guys should be easier for me to blow up in one volley, and then they proceed to like strip off a quarter of my armor before I even sit down in it. But yeah, double impulses are damaging me at the moment. Oh, there we go, I triggered the perk there with that one shot. It's funny, so I guess it's not height restricted at all, it's just distance. Liars. Another annoying thing is, oh yeah, there goes my build again. Another annoying thing, well at least you can kind of see the internals pretty okay right now. So I got my two weapons on the nose directly in front of the cabin. They're wrapped around the engine, because the engine is only 4 wide, whereas the cabin is 6 wide, which would necessitate pulling them out further, as Nick mentioned. This is not going good. And then I have a cheeky ammo box at the top there, because I literally could not find any other place on the build to put it. And then we have the King Mine directly underneath that ammo box. And then on top of that, we have the reload booster in the middle top. Because again, it's another kind of like, oh ouch, harder piece of hardware that has quite a bit of durability. So many little guys everywhere. Oh my god. Yeah, if I was a helicopter, I'd be eating good, but I'm not. I'm mostly eating myself. This is some Ouroboros shit. Not really. Voiceover lady, not really. I said that this is probably going to be like the best example of the build, and then I proceed to do worse than the immediate prior one. But hey, I got way more damage than the team now. And I think that's not even including the self-damage I'm dealing. The number could be another like 25% higher than that in actuality. Bonk, hi. So now they're getting jelly, trying to bring their own explodey boys into this. Yeah, fuck this one dude. Okay, now they want to deal with him. Alright. Like, to be fair, luckily I still have enough. Oh, that's great. I have, like, mostly enough clearance with distance of this that, like, I generally don't self-damage unless I'm literally, like, barrel stuffing things. Like, it's just far enough that it doesn't really hurt me for the most part, but obviously whenever I am close enough for it to hurt, it hurts a lot. Despite only dealing like 200 damage to those guys. I don't know, I suppose the other answer might be to be better off just trying the harpy for this. That kind of defeats the point of using the king mine with it entirely. Because with the hadron, it significantly speeds up the reload time. With the harpy, it would just be another source of damage. where I'd probably prefer running like the other modules. Namely the Cyclone and then the radar, but maybe even an inverter. Because I have the space and shape and size and dimensions for it. And we sure could benefit from it. I hope all these mines don't mess up the escort truck. Well, then I will continue paving the way for you, and then maybe all the guys following you can just get mugged up by it. There we go. Yeah, actually higher risk of me self-damaging when allies are there. Funny enough. I don't know if that had to do with the changes that made porks and younglings and stuff instant explode on allies, but it might have. Well, that was not wise of me. Maybe in like easy raids where you can one-shot baddies, that might actually be decent. Don't mind me guys, just throwing this by being the highest power score in lobby by far. But we might actually win this. I don't know how I dealt less damage than a double retcher. That dude must have been dead for part of the mission or something. No way either of those guys should have dealt less damage than me. I actually literally took almost as much damage as I dealt. So in a sense, depending on how much of that was mine, I might have dealt more damage than all three of these guys together. No, sorry, that's bad math. It'd be close, though. Any two of them together. Maybe. But also, that's not a good thing if, you know, a third of that is self-damage. So, anyway, as far as the minutia of it, like I said, King's there. Odin's right behind it. Got the ammo box on top of it, because it's hidden behind the engine from a lot of armor panels on the side, the weapons themselves, and that from the back. So like if that gets destroyed, then it's already game over. Like a cheeky scorpion shot from the top could probably do it, but bots don't generally pull those off. And I'm definitely not pulling this in a PvP. As far as the front, I'm not a super big fan of having 6 bumpers on the front, but I literally don't know what else would fit, because it's a 6x4, arguably 7 or 8, depending on if you want to go up or down one. And there's not a whole lot of parts that size that are good durability. Like if we looked at the actual structural parts, the most durable ones that aren't way too heavy are going to be these, which are still very little durability for the amount of size they take up. They're not very dense. Or these, which not only have shoot-through and thus would defeat the entire purpose of having them on the front, but also don't have that much durability either. So, like, my options are, like, do you want, like, 120 durability on the front? It's like I might as well go for literally more than double, almost triple that with the small plows, and then just use more of them and cry as I have so much mass going just to it. But at least because I have a mass-fused hadron, it can at least, you know, stomach that. We got kind of a little cross shape on top, not too bad, not too exciting. I think it looks kind of decent. Kind of hard to round off these corners just due to the parts we have. We don't exactly have a 4x4 corner piece, but works well enough for the actual armoring of it. Most of it is at the back, just because the doves are enormous and at the front. But this kind of works because it means people shooting from the rear would be shooting mostly armor in the cabin rather than the weaponry or modules, which is good for keeping them on. Weapons themselves have those pieces of armor around them, and then again they're enormous. Another large plate on top, and then all this heavy armor behind it. So pretty like straightforward, not a very complex build per se, but it took me a bit of trial and error to get there, especially with the whole fitting parts within twos thing, because for instance I have a awkward little gap there, and I could have theoretically gotten rid of that and then pushed that up and then had the 8x2x1 there, but then I have another gap down there anyway, so like whatever, if I can't do it anyway, I might as well do it in the way that makes sense and gives these a little bit more support by attaching the frames directly. The underneath isn't very exciting, just throw on the extra armor parts I had because they fit. So 8x2 ended up working out pretty well mass-wise, considering how much there is to this build. But that includes, like I said, quite a few upgrades. So we have the Odin, the radio, and then behind that the card jack. In theory, pretty big liability that somebody just shoot the bottom back of this, chew through that, and then pop the Odin, but seems pretty unlikely. Other than if you watch this video and know it ahead of time, and then I ran in PvP and you ran into me and you knew about it, maybe, I guess, but that's fairly low risk, methinks. The other thing about this, when I was talking about the looking at running them vertical, is you can see the hadron is wider, so if I did want to push them to the center, so for instance if I want to make them vertical, that's not going to work because they're just going to get sniped off. So if I recess them in between wheels and push the wheels further out, I'm just going to be lazy and do this for God's sake. Even still pushed it down, like it's still sticking out way more if we attach, if we attach directly to the hadron. Like that's still at least another layer, ideally 2 layers. Oh, okay. Well, that's not good. Interesting. Ideally 2 layers, so that we again have a little bit of like angled covering for shots on the weapon itself. And then if I did try and like put it there again so that it was wrapped around the things that are only 4 wide, like you can see it's just she ain't gonna work. But we can do a side-by-side comparison for how, like, you only move them up a couple of pips, but you know, ignoring the fact that my build is tilted right now, find some even-ish ground with a slant. You're not that much of a slant. That should be good enough. Kind of a bad example. Kind of, I guess, due to the slopes, but you can see like it does clear that. And that's actually 25 meters right now because I'm that far above ground. Which is kind of funny, but like the difference is fairly noticeable here. Let's make this side by side easier to see. Yeah, it should be even enough. And so you can see, like, just on the screen dimension side of things, like a pretty decent difference, especially when you start considering like hitting cover. Yeah, and you know, the risk of when you don't do it right, blowing parts of yourself off. A significant number of them at that. So yeah, I'm not very convinced that I want to rebuild to go that route. I think it's also kind of sneaky to have them on the front in the way that they are. it's obviously like a pseudo-symmetrical design. I did kind of want to cover this up a little bit more, but then that would sort of break the illusion. And in order to do that best, I think would be by using the large APC panels and then using a 6x2 by 1 part over here, but the closest that actually kind of fit the slab's angle don't even fit it, and you only have 3, so you couldn't do it anyway. So like that wouldn't work. None of these other ones you can see are like even close in shape. Like that's very obviously different. And then if we go to the 6x4x1s, it's even worse because we don't have anything that's got the divots on both sides. So yeah, that illusion thing wasn't going to work at all. At least like these parts are pretty high durability. They do have some blast resistance, which is important for, you know, us hitting ourselves quite frequently. And they do still have the slants curves to it. So that's the build that I have in the garage currently. It's also the build I'm pretty sure I'm not actually going to submit to the competition because I'm not entirely convinced that this one's better than the other one. So to kind of go over this in the shittiest way possible, because again, it's already in its own submitted slot, and I can't do anything with this other than remove it from the contest, but just talk about it. Essentially, this is, again, when I took the heavy helper and I changed it, so this is running for armaments instead of 4 cap cans and 2 trombones, or 2 doves and a king, it's running 4 cap cans, so maintain those, and then the 2 kings. The reason being that the cap cans have such a long reload time that if you're wanting to have the reload speed on 4 of them, you actually need 2 kings to do that, rather than only 1 with a lot of other weapons. Just due to how the math works with a 3-second reload versus I think it's like 12, 13 second reload now, and that was after it was buffed from 15. Pretty brutal. So I needed a second king on it, which again limited my other module options, so I don't have the radar on this one either. I do, however, still have the fin whale. I do manage to squeeze out the extra energy for Cyclops, and in fact I had 1 extra pip, which meant I could slap on the Oculus, because it's pretty much the only like decent 1 energy option for this build. So like I didn't want to tear down the generator, like downgrade the generator tier, and I couldn't think of anything else more clever that would fit on that would work. But otherwise, like, we went from Sabbath wheels to buggy wheels on this because I realized, I can actually max out the fin wheels perk with buggy wheels due to how fast the hatch run goes by default, so we can get that full damage reduction benefit for it. Now, not as crucial for this build specifically due to the like the only ones that actually deal damage are the king mines. And again, from a performance-based perspective, this would do much worse in like any damage dealing role because it's literally running 4 cap cans. But I think this is not only sort of truer to the original build I adapted it from, but I kind of like the theming with it, so I can name it Time to Stop. I can throw on a bunch of no signs on the back. I can make it the sort of dazzle camo to attract attention, get people to follow me, and then in theory cap can them, even though cap cans are kind of a weak choice nowadays. But hey, I've got 4 of them as well as 2 king mines, so definitely at least annoy them quite a bit. I liked how I was able to make this look a lot more rounded. It's not like it's stealthy when you have a single image like this that, oh, obviously these are cap cans and these are hard modules. But you know, if I'm wearing around at about 90 kph for actually in a battle, especially if I'm fighting bots who literally just don't care, like, pretty good chance I think that people will mistake it. It definitely has a bit more mimicry to it than the other one. And then again, I can't test drive this, but you can barely see the Cyclops sticking out of the bottom there in the front. So rather than having the engine here and the king mine back there, it's actually the engine back there and the Cyclops up here, just due to the importance and durability values of them. as well as me being able to actually fit 2 ammo crates underneath the Finwheel engine, because instead of vertical, it's lengthwise. So it's lengthwise just underneath that panel, and then I have 2 expanded ammo boxes underneath of that. And I suppose now that I'm saying it, I could have swapped it, and I could have had the ammo packs vertical, and then the Cyclops, and then the Finwheel. But again, I didn't think of like rotating the stuff until I had to make it for this other one, so whatever. And that gives you a lot of ammo. I mean, way more than you need, realistically. I was kind of apprehensive of getting rid of an ammo pack for this, but just due to, again, the amount you get off of it, like, you're probably not going to go through 33 volleys of a dub in a match. You're probably not going to need 44 King 9s, especially when it's not your main damage dealer, but just something to reduce the reload speed. So, yeah, I think even though this might be a better build, arguably, I think that this is a more interesting and fun build. So, unless anything crazy changes in the next 4 hours, it seems unlikely, especially since I plan to be well asleep well before then. I'm probably just going to leave that one submitted and then overwrite this as I'm updating the other builds, but we'll see. On the topic of other builds, you can also look at the one I used for the Ravager event. There was like 3 or 4 different ones, but the one I actually settled on and got wins with and have clips, I guess theoretically I should compile and upload for that, is this one. 4 equalizers, hovers, Griffin, cloak, not anything too crazy. Focused on being able to be super nimble because the Griffin cabin has a power fusion. We're running the Colossus fuse for power, and we also have only 4 blue hovers, although admittedly they're not fused, so we could do better than that. Plus we have Falcon, which gives another 10% engine power. Thing's pretty good at dodging, pretty good considering how in the Ravager event things really like just running straight at you once you shut off their eyes. So damage was kind of a secondary concern, and like for the options you actually have against Void, the gunship at the end, which are also decent against survivors, I think it was probably the best option I had. And then I really like the ability to alternate between disappearing from map, and then, I mean, you wouldn't use this while this one's active, but then also being able to disappear entirely, including visually, because that does let you alternate. A few of my other designs with it did include running Bigfoot wheels and a cheetah to try and get as much cloak uptime as I could, but I found that focusing on that didn't end up really making as much of a difference, because a lot of the time the rest of the team would get killed anyway, and then my wheeled ass, which spam cloaks, doesn't let me get through the damage checks. So this was yeah, pretty much the solution I came to. You can also see I have the armor slabs literally sticking out forward, and they just nerfed it so that those tips take full damage, which I mentioned. And then I did also really like, I found out something interesting about the placements of the hovers. So I already knew that Bartizans are really good for armoring around them, but with this I also found out that you can do something a little cheeky, which also looks good, mind, another important part, which is if you have the, it's kind of hard to do because it requires you to not follow the power of 2, or rather the multiple of 2, but if you, I guess I can just do it right there, but if you have these offset like that from a frame, then you can actually wrap, no, what is it? I'm blanking, I totally, oops. Totally flipping it. It was, I think it was like that. No, I guess not like that though. So secret I didn't even remember it. Yeah, there we go. So if you have it connected by one frame, you can actually wrap through the connection point around it, which isn't necessarily a big deal for the most part, but is kind of cool. And then I did also have a alternative setup for this, which was, now me questioning if I can even remember how I did it. I believe it was a 6x4. Damn, I totally deleted it and then aren't even sure how I did it again. No, it was a 2x6. And then maybe it was a 2x8. It's like now I'm starting to lose my mind. I think it was like this. And then if you had anything in the center here which actually had weld points, you could better weld points than that. No, I guess it must have been longer, so maybe it was a 2x. Could have sworn it was a 2x6. I really did not do a good job at remembering this. I don't suppose I grabbed a screenshot. I suppose I could have also screenshot it and then uploaded it and then named it and then deleted it, but I don't recall doing that, which makes me think that it's not the case. It'd be a lot cooler if we weren't double. Oh, okay, and then you just crash on me. Nice, thanks. So it would have been about a month ago in the still image. No, that was watermelon contest, so that was not it. Well, it was actually this one. It was this setup, which I have in a video form. So that must have been 2x8 then. Well, that looks like 2x6. I think I just have the thing spread further out. I think they were pushed in more due to the gaps. No, that doesn't even fit. Well, I guess we gotta watch an impromptu clip of the gameplay anyway, even though that wasn't my intention. So I need to go rotate. Oops, that's not. No, thank you. I thought that would be the pause button. I think it's only go back like 3 seconds. That looks like it has to be an 8. Okay, I'll roll with that for a sec. Ooh, apparently we won't. Wow, everything fucking crashing. Alright. How exciting. So I put in 2x8, push it in 1 on both sides. And then I pushed it out another one. It was actually sticking up by 3 because I had that 6x3 part on top of it. And then there are partisans around everything somehow, which meant that this might actually be See, that's not even wrapping like I just... Oh, there we go. Okay. Took us a while to get there, but that is what I was trying to show. Is the way that you can kind of make it, like, give it sort of a squid look. If you make it, I might as well make it symmetrical. So I didn't need 6 hovers, so I didn't need it this setup, so I ended up just crunching it and throwing all the modules in, as you see. Alright, for time. Oh, the session's back open. Whoopsie. Spent way too long poking around with this stuff. Dinky. But anyway, it kind of gave like almost like a Hydra from Marvel-esque look. Thing is, you can't really fit the Bartizan around this super well unless you decide to push it in even more, which starts having issues with like the connection points. But you can theoretically do something like that, although it's not symmetrical. Alternatively, you could run the other large fender, which is the large fender, but this one actually sticks out more due to the it not having as much space on the interior. But you could also go the other route and have the Bartizan there, and then have the large fender further ahead. And then now, even though this doesn't like wrap around them very nicely, it does give you one large even like length on the side. But I do like that. I really like the aesthetic of that. And again, for like this, it ends up being quite stable. And fairly space efficient. Oops, that doesn't work. So I mean, even lighter now that I don't have as much armor or weapons on the front, but kind of cool, kind of a, like I said, squid-esque icon. I suppose too, you could also fit the other ones at the front. Although again, I didn't even need 6, so I didn't think of it at the time. But you could probably fit a full 8 of them like that in sort of a ring. But again, you don't have more Bartizan fenders, so you'd have to figure out some other way to do that. Yeah, pretty cool, at least I think. Then we back, and then we go and we cry some more in Battle for Uranium, because what else are we going to do at 2 a.m. on a Monday, right? Even better if we have more people to play with. Yeah, I didn't think I was so lucky. Don't even know who Bang Shields is planning on being the new 20th member. And then I'm sure this is the second set, but I'm sure there's probably going to be, I guess we can check that. It's not going to be very useful information because it just tells you your percentile rather than like your actual comparison to average. Especially for things like win rate and kills. But yeah, I'm sure it's gonna. There's by the time I hop back on later today, I guarantee there's gonna be people in at least silver and gold, maybe legend. But yeah, it'll get sweaty fast. And we didn't even update the build, which is like the explicit thing I wanted to do. But we could possibly, depending on how much I want to hate myself tomorrow, do this session solo, and then do build updates, and then do another session. Maybe not solo by that time, but probably solo. Okay, well, that dude's not a threat. Guess I don't need to be in this party anymore either. Which means I could be in the Discord just in case anybody debates hopping on. Though I doubt it. Yes, thank you. Very cool. Very useful pings. Yeah, you can try, dude. I'm pretty sure 4 people are gonna outcap you on our base, but sure. We can leave our 2 teammates too. No, they're gonna get dived. So that dude is also definitely getting blocked, although unfortunately that doesn't mean anything because it doesn't actually stop people from being able to spam ping anyway. Very cool, dude. I'll tell you if that dude's killed. Laugh at the Starfall, which he's getting in CQC. I really do like the Bronze Bomber name for this, especially because it's a better homage to the original build creator, who's Psystorm, whose name was the Bomb and Run. But kind of almost want to rename it to the Swordfish or something, because especially when you got that first person view, it really sort of does feel like I'm kind of hunting around with a really long nose. Thank you, Rect. Very cool. Yeah, little Chrissy's tears are gonna balloon. People are gonna make some quick money off their whole 20 uranium, especially now that there's only 1 league and therefore only 1 league reward. They didn't up these. They did up these. They're now the equivalent of the higher tier. Just, you know, down here, but again, makes this league even sweatier. I didn't mind the split. Not only just because I did well in it because of the split, but also I just didn't mind the split. Let's see how she goes. I wonder why those prices dropped. I don't even recall it getting nerfed. Whatever. If anyone wants to sell me things, you know, super lowballing the Heathers because I thought they'd crash. I don't know why they jumped up. And I'm buying one of those. And I'm not even selling these. They're just posted up because I need 12 storage slots while I'm building stuff, which is almost done. I also said they updated Ravager stuff with the update, but I don't know what Ravager stuff they're talking about. Unless it's like profile descriptions or something. I honestly couldn't even tell you if this is different. I stopped reading them. Like, I read through them once, but I don't retain any of that information. Ah, fuck, it didn't re-queue me. I don't retain any of that information, so. What do you mean versus brute force? This is... I want to say they were running the cat earlier when they fought us. Could totally be wrong. I imagine they probably know their own build better than I do. Oh wow, yeah, these lobbies is sweaty, baby. I do end up needing, I do need to try those weapons, the pulsars and the quasars, because I haven't. Oh, and Oma Mori on there. Filthy. That one's gonna suck. That one's gonna suck against well, for me to fight. Small track one, not so much. Hopefully I can do something about the hover before it just dominates our team, but, I mean, Retchers are pretty good. 10k is a good power score for him. I do not want to talk with my build being 1,000 power score lower than it can be. Which matchmaking obviously does not factor in at all. Mudmarine was the one in chat just saying they were gonna go. A liar. Thief of joy. And truth. Oh. Yeah, I don't want to deal with any of this, man. Can you guys just walk into my grenades for me, please? I don't want to have to try and fight a cycle into its face. It's not good for this build. There we go. Now, oh, that's not good. And I'm just giving him cat stacks. That's not ideal at all. Oh, I threw team. That's totally on me. That wasn't on purpose, but no less true. Ouch, yeah, there it goes. I guess there's another idea what I could do with my one extra energy is I could upgrade my Averter to an Omamori. Thing is I don't have space, and that dude managed to strip himself. Amazing. Oh, that's an L. Are we all stripped? We're just getting coup de grace by these guys. Because none of us realize that nobody else has any guns. Oh my god, dude, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you'd try. There you go. I sure hope that dude still has his guns. Let's see, he's got one. I mean, I don't think he's gonna do it, but I'd love to be proven wrong. Again, not like I really did much to help him though, unfortunately. Plus we're pushed back to our point, so even if he kills that one, which he probably will, this guy can just sit on our point and cap, and he's not going to be able to run to the other one and do anything about it. Oh, holy shit, did he just hit one? No, oh crap. Just got armor. I totally thought they managed to, like, fucking thread the needle and shoot off one of the cyclones. Would have been great. Damn, they're not doing bad. If they had another, maybe like 10 shots, I think they would have actually had this, but I think they're just, yeah, suiciding now. They realize they don't have a chance with only 2. Wasn't bad though. I definitely need to do more for the team there. There's still apparently more than 2 of the others. Oh, and it does that shit again, right? Let's see, were they even on my platform? They were. And then, this is, I could be wrong, I think this is the first event where they actually specified all conditions for coins, potentially. The base condition for participation period. Could totally be wrong. But if so, I'm very interested to see how the community votes, because I know personally, in the past, when it was like you have to do all these conditions for the challenge and for the coin prize, I explicitly would not upvote ones that broke those rules. And obviously they weren't selected for the coin prize either, according to them at least. But that's really not a risk anymore. People can vote a little bit more freely, and again, I think a large majority of people, based off the prior winners, unless again I'm totally misinterpreting the results and they've done this the entire time and I'm just being a goober and I've never noticed. It seems unlikely, especially considering how few people read those real things to begin with, but definitely possible. I won't swear to it. Then, like, at least, you know, if people are going to vote for the ones they think are cool anyway, regardless of the rules, then you might as well just allow those ones. So, they don't exactly rake in wins as far as administrative decisions, but as far as that one's concerned, I agree with it. No, I'm not going to be able to outsnipe these guys. They're actually sticking up on top of the high ground. I also don't really want to push them, but I do want to get a little bit better angles. If I can. No guarantees of that either. Now we're starting to get the big crunch. Which ain't necessarily too great either. Nope. Yeah, there goes one of those. There goes me diving in on 3 of them, including the hover, which is very explicitly the one I need to deal with by myself, by itself. Getting stuck on terrain, not good. Oh, and he's the quasar this time. We can maybe help our teammates out here, but not enough to turn a 3v4 into a 3v2. No. The spiders are just facing each other with no strategy used whatsoever. Just face hug until one of us loses, which unfortunately is generally going to be the one that's already down teammates while the others dig in. Yeah. Unless I get a really juicy volley on that one. But his buddy's just going to shoot my ass anyway. Not a good matchup for us, unfortunately. Especially, again, when the team just fucking dives. And refuses to suicide and stop wasting their time. Yeah. Oh boy, how exciting. Would also help if I had more than one build for this, to be fair, especially to counter specific things. But I hate having to keep rebuilding things for 10k and then rebuilding them for 9k the very next week. I don't get why they didn't just make this the same bracket. People literally have builds for it and build, you know, whatever. No, I don't want to get stuck there, thanks. No, I really don't want to get stuck there, thanks. No, this is me throwing again. Sorry, team. No, on the plus side, I can do another lobby. Unless I expect these guys to get, well, cyclone. No, this match is over. A couple more of these were adapted from the 12k bracket. I could try bringing them down to the 10k. This is my other good 9k one shotgun build, but not super convinced it's going to do very well here. Especially against hovers and spiders, which there are plenty of. It's basically a counter dog. Oh, and that guy's not even running with his clan. You're just fighting Cap. Okay. The fuck are those maces? Oh, they're buried equalizers. Okay, I dig with it. Those are thunderbolts on a Hugin sled. Meh, that one's a threat. That one, yeah, these ones are gonna hurt. See if I can. Only 4 hovers, 5 hovers, 5 hovers and wheels. If that one's still dragging on the ground, I actually have a pretty decent chance of hitting it. But I think with the new tonnage rules, they just disable the wheels rather than forcing them to drive on the ground. Or at least, of course, if they do end up being lopsided, they do still have some mobility option, even if it's not great. Like I didn't stay poked for long. There. It's me getting stuck. Well, that's me getting flamed. And that's another match where I accomplished nothing. Not a good look for me starting to have streamed here, when I was actually like getting 2-3 pieces while I wasn't. Unfortunate. Well, at least I might be able to be immediate distract. Nope, didn't last very long with that either. And then this dude's diving multiple hovers, so he's probably dead. I certainly appreciate them trying to save me. That guy doesn't really have enough ammo. So really depending on this guy to be able to strip multiple hover. Yeah, they're getting stuck on. Okay, another one. Now let's see, what other builds we can get rid of? I suppose quite a few of these I'm just waiting. Now that I have the Cyclops, I can update a few of them, but I also need a second kilo for most of them. I have to wait like another month to have enough lighters for that. I suppose I don't need the blueprint slot for my patrol build, since it always just stays on my helicopter slot. So it's at least another one I can cycle some stuff around. Build with. See, that's decent. That's not. And that's... Is that a griffin? Okay, that one I can fuck with just because of the griffin. That is gonna suck. That's an easy kill. That's an cool. So only 2 threats, one of which is a flame dog, which admittedly sucks. The other dude I should have a pretty good chance of disrupting due to the Yongwang. And me, you know, going 200 kph. You saying move there? Why not just say move there, dude? Right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Works for me. So this would be a great time for that griffin to hide us from radar so we could push up. And he popped it, but he was too far away for it to apply to us. Oh, no, there we go. Nice. Ouch. Enemy team, follow me. You're going my 3 teammates tearing up your ass. Thank you. Ooh, that was a good one. They're not gonna be able to play catch up with me, dude. I missed that volley. They got a kill. Hello. I got Jenny. Not so much for that play. start streaming all the skill guys out the window. Classic. So I think honestly the team's going to be able to manage this. You know, I might not have even accomplished enough to get points from this one, honestly. Oh, there goes that guy. I'm just gonna let him chew on you too, huh? Alright. Interesting. Also odd it's not counting our kills here at all. It's literally just a score counter. And I guess not updating until the very end. So that's another thing they messed up. Not as bad as this guy might have though. Maybe he got all the guns. Well, what flame dart you put in link? Not bad. Oh yeah, I didn't even, yeah, I should have gotten points from that from the looks of it, based on the pop-up in the upper left, but instead I lost because I didn't hit score. Wow. Super good sesh by me so far. 4 losses and a incomplete victory. Alright, well. It's fine, that's what for the next building session is there for anyway. No, I want to view the other. I keep getting taken aback because it's not actually a clan leaderboard. It's just a essentially event leaderboard. Oh no. There we go. Much better, Anthony. He had me worried there for a minute. Oh, almost as much as this guy worries me. Yeah, that's going to hurt. Pretty good platform. Yeah. Great. Not concerned at all. No, I'm not defending that. Fuck that, dude. Defend point. If you want to defend here, by all means. But I sure as shit am going to point. Because they're going to get way more angles on me here than I can get on them. There we go. See, now we've got the high ground, we've got the cover. You guys are diving back on them when they're behind us and have a numerical advantage. Okay. This one does. Yeah, shit. He managed to make it work for him. That was not well done. Grab a couple legs at least. He just straight up quit. Well, I mean, he didn't literally quit, but he just stopped moving or shooting or anything. He just gave up. I feel that, buddy. I feel that. My last 4 matches were not it either. Sorry if I'm not trying to bully you. I help. I got slapped because we didn't camp our spawn guys. That's definitely the reason, not because that dude carried us. For sure. For sure. Well, I mean, I at least did well enough that it updated my clan score. Oh, well, that explains why my scores are still super low on the one end. Yeah. And then, I probably this would maybe reconstruct the other one just as, like I said, kind of an homage to Heavy Helper. If I place, it doesn't really matter because then it's, you know, place. But Heavy Helper itself doesn't seem particularly good, so shrug. I do not like 4 Bigfoot dog build. that exposed, TBH. Makes the enemy's job way too easy, just immobilize you, methinks. Being said, it's not like I've done a very good job of that either, so, you know, what do I know? This Aether again. No. I distinctly remember blocking them, like, earlier, like, probably in the last stream, but I don't even know why. That's right, I just remember that I did block them on purpose and they'll stay that way. It's the important part. Yeah, believe me team, the last thing I want to do is push by myself. However, I'm not going to say no to this dude who's also immobilized in the back of his own spawn. He's not immobilized anymore. Wow, that sucks. Still dealt way more damage to him than he dealt to me though, so... Later, loser. Oh, that was cool as hell. Got all the enemies kind of split up. It's decent. That's annoying. We're working on it, buddy. A lot of extenuating factors at the moment, namely that we don't actually have anybody helping each other on our team either. Like, I'm trying to hit and run all four of these motherfuckers. It's kind of hard. Oh, and they actually did go with the Mandrake build this time. That's not good. Assuming it's you, yeah. Should have gone with the Fire Dog build, buddy. Because that dude is just going to wipe us all. Yeah, what do you want me to do, dude? You're already dead. This guy decided to push where all the Cyclones were. I lost my gun killing the one dude on the team. On the other team that's died so far. Like, why not have you got wrecked do something? Like I thought. No, especially when these guys are already partially crippled. Unless he just walked right up to them because he's last alive. No, he didn't. Oh, I see. He's not a flame dog. That's ever so slightly better. Still not very good. Especially when they don't commit to a plan. I mean, like, they're pretty gimped, dude. You actually have a chance of pulling this off with fuse drones of all things. It's not great, but it could happen. Would help more if you actually, like, ran the fuse as well, but I guess... Oh... Boy. He actually just got baited. Doing the exact thing he should have done. And then they're just gonna go cap while this guy wastes another minute and a half. I don't think I blocked them because they're bad. I think they probably just said something in chat. No, again, not like the other three of us really accomplished much. Like, at least these two dudes are gimped. Gimped enough for, like, 11 fuse drones to kill. Who's to say, at the very least, all the last dude has to do is play run and hide and seek for the last 2 minutes. And this guy just loses more and more of his build. There you go. Turns out RP is not good enough to clutch a 1v3 match with a shock. Another L. At least we were close enough-ish on score. Too bad that took so long just to be an L. Well, be how it do. What else? I can honestly delete that. They're not reverting the step spire changes at this point. This is probably also just straight up worse than the Reaper variant nowadays. Could maybe delete that. I think it's still running the 5 tracks. I don't think I would have changed anything on the internals enough for it to be worth keeping. Let's see, where's the other one? Where is the other one? Must have been up as well. Yeah. Because I know I revamped this with those crane parts. And I'm pretty... No, I know. Then it still has the 5 tracks, so not much sense changing back, methinks. Let's see. Oh boy, my favorite. Punch builds at Countermine. Well, another 20 minutes of suffering, and then we can go do ever so slightly less. I don't suppose the answer to all my troubles is to be more aggressive, is it? Probably not. Already really having issues with being able to blunt force these guys. And there's only 1 or 2 of them at a time, never mind trying to rush the entire group. Oh shit, that works, kind of, but now this guy's gonna... Yeah, 1v4, 2v4, now we're trying to 3v4. Yeah, this isn't the play team. Oh yeah, that wasn't bad. That is bad. No, leave me alone, dude. Oh, and our teammate who was capping decided to stop, which was actually like a decent idea, especially while redistracting him. That's a shame. Oh, damn, this guy's good. Just to say, comparably, I am bad, but yeah, fucking broke ankles there, dude. Well done. I didn't even hit there yet. He was exposed on the back. That feels bad. Yeah, get that guy. Yeah. That's the one we want to see dead next. Oh, it looks like he's breaking your ankles too. Breaking your everything. And then you righted him to let him fly away from you some more. Oh, well, at least this one was actually a close match. We were actually getting somewhere. Not for very long, but nonetheless. Yeah, oh man, that dude didn't even barely qualified. Only qualified for an L. Great, how exciting. So let's see, you are, yeah, 5 armored tracks. Pretty sure the updated cabin. Oh yeah, the Odin. Oh, there's that again. I have a bunch of art builds, which arguably, you know, is it even worth updating them? Meh. Another player I've blocked. Who's this? Oh, well, they're blocked for a reason, but it doesn't matter now. Actually, no, it kind of does. Oh my god, no, you. Well, they have 1 bad build, and we have at least 1. I didn't even check the others in time, but doesn't exactly instill confidence. Sure, it's the 6,000. That was the bad build, because it's gonna feel bad if they were one of the 9,000s. I don't think they were, though. For the whole blue cannons, they were. Let's see, yeah. What is it? Cyclone's doable, although so many people just rely on them as a crutch instead of actually knowing how to play them. And this dude is an art build. Great. Okay, cool. Well, time to clutch up. I haven't done enough in these prior matches, so let's really give chat something to be excited about. Especially by not dying. What is the bad build? Oh no, dude, that's not where any of us want to be. Oh, there goes one over there. There goes us crashing into each other. Very good, not a problem at all. There goes one competent rando. There goes a grand total of one of his 4 legs. Yeah, I'm not so sure I'm going to be able to live up to my own expectations of this one. Which is unfortunate, because those expectations are going to be kind of mandatory if we were going to be winning this, but thinks, oh, we're great. No, I'll go that way, thank you. Oh, this was a bad build. You guys didn't deal with this? Oh, shit. That's probably match. Well, they managed to finish off the one dude that I already stripped most of his build. Which means that there's still that double cyclone dude yet right there. It's actually the one I'm most worried about. Like you, although you're super annoying when you do that too. Man, again, at least a close match would be cool if we actually got some close matches that were wins instead of only, you know, I mean, to be fair, I did get, you know, 2 wins, just that one of them didn't even count for points and the other was a fucking wipe. But, you know, kind of would be cool if we had, like, close wins rather than close losses and wipe losses, and sorry, that's the best we can do. Ugh. Ah, and it didn't re-queue me again. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, this is really miserable doing it solo. I mean, that first queue wasn't bad at all, but then I think all the clans realized it was on and then started hopping back in. And getting all these meta cyclones, everybody being sweaty, because, I mean, of course, why wouldn't they be? Let's see, I imagine the spread's starting to get pretty, I guess we'll find out after. Imagine the spread is starting to get pretty crazy, because I'm sure there's a lot of people who are just pub stomping with those two, well, I guess we know, because they keep fucking going against them with randos who don't know how to build. But, I mean, if you're just getting wins, like, you're gonna go up fast. Oh, that's funky. I can maybe actually do something about that at least. 2 legs, 2 ML200s, can actually have a pretty good chance of crippling them. Certainly an interesting build, at least, running a fucking U-Haul as your 3rd frontal leg. I guess they'll at least save you the power score if you got the mass. I don't know by how much, but evidently they think it's enough to do so. And not only that, but multiple people at that. Yes, please continue to stay directly where my grenades are landing. That is perfect. They're actually not learning. And meanwhile, Irando just decides to dive a 1v4, because of course he fucking does. Just gonna preempt the thanks great when they die here, so I don't have to say it after. Yeah, there we go. I'm pretty sure they know it was meant for them. Fuck, bro. Oh my god, that was one of our good people too, so now I essentially have to solo this. Amazing. Yeah, 6 fucking cyclones. Not a fucking chance, team. Not a fucking chance. I don't know, the guy's gonna be able to do any more there. Well, at least I got a stack this time. Millies are decent. Grav is decent. Yeah, Cyclones or Us continues. Have a chance against the Spider. Maybe get that Arbiter Hover again. Depends how much these guys actually want to, like, defend rather than push. I suspect that guy's gonna want to push though. Not landing any of those shots, are we? There we go. Just gotta do a couple dozen more of those. Then we'll be cooking. And our one dude solos the 3-stack. And dies. I'm shocked. Maybe I've triggered my perk. Come on, pick him up, pick him up. Oh, shotguns. Well, that's, yeah, me done. Rando dead. That's match again. Lovely matchmaking. Do need to try that though with the Cyclops. That'll be interesting. Oh, we're fighting top 10 of the current leaderboard. That's fun. At least they're by themselves this time from the looks of it. Unfortunately, that dude's build's bad, so we're going to be relying on those two. Well, that's also bad. That's going to really hurt though. And all three of them are pushing up the kill zone. Cool. Not considering the slightest. At least they keep it back. Don't mind me, buddy. Just going to rush your friend over here. Disappear off into the sun. Oh, there goes me. Oh, good shots, I guess. Yeah, that's me though. Ah, dude, fucking sucks to fight against this build. All that I accomplished this time. These two was on my team. I'm sure they don't feel like that's much to... Oh, did he actually dive on it? Maybe not. Yeah, I don't even this either. Alright. Another one. Well, at least match time. Match queue is short. Grant him that. Even if all of these matches have been absolute garbage. Considering how the first two were actually, like, decent. But then we also get shit like this, and it's hardly a surprise. Rando dives. At least didn't die this time with it. What if we didn't fight the entire enemy team? What if we just fought the dude who's by himself? Here's a thought. Oh, apparently the team disagrees. Also, apparently I can't even win against this dude with my gun. Or am I driving? Oh, another fat elf for my team. Could see me. But at least we have time for another. Well, there we go. Apparently we got the magic back. More just for one match, though. Now all the more time to build. Alright, well, for one, we don't need that anymore, so let's just slot our current one in there for the time being. And then we can look at updating really anything that needs a cyclone and then throw it up on exhibition, I guess. Oops. So we literally don't have the energy for it on this one, though. This one is... Oh, there we go. That's an easy enough fix. Especially because I have a little nook for it. Try this. Like that. Yeah, I don't think we want the spinny part on the outside. Kind of announces what it is a little bit more. Not that that isn't, you know, sus as hell, but whatever. So that's that. In theory, like I said, eventually replace it with helicons, which requires me to get helicons. So, unlikely to say the least. But, hey, that one is good. Oh shit, I don't actually know what update we're up to now. Well, I guess you already saved the other one, right? So I guess let's find out. We're on 17.12. So we can crack open that spreadsheet and say that Atlas is now there. I mean, it's not technically blocked, but whatever. Nice and easy. All the ones with the narwhals are not going to be. And I am not going to be bringing this in because it's 10,000 and already 2 energy over, which would necessitate basically dropping the generator entirely. So that build isn't going to work. So we can probably just delete it. This one is likewise 2 over and is at a higher power score. I'm basically gonna have to go from the ground up for figuring out how to make the narwhals with the harpy again, if at all. At least with this one I can just remove the verifier though. That was a quality of life improvement anyway. Not as big of a deal. Don't know when or if I will run the build again, but whatever. See. Deleted. No border. And then you are name change. What name change? Shit, did I have a better name for this? I don't recall. Oh, probably just adding the version to it, which is fine. And we have the 6 Omni again, so that should be fine. So it should be theoretically shelved, so we could throw that on the exhib if we wanted. So we should actually add in that should be fine. That was actually the rear ML200 one, so we updated the wrong one. It's fine, we should be able to update that one too. I don't think it's in a bad spot. So I'll put you on hold. And well, whatever, worry about the other ones. Katakari doesn't really have any updates to make, does it? Bronze Bomber we're going to rework for the sub 10k power score. Gaia technically don't need to worry about since old teammate, and also has more energy for some reason. Did they actually reduce? Oh, well, that explains why I'm seeing so many triples of them. Yeah. That's going to be a more in-depth rework than I care to at the moment. Let's see. Snowfall energy changes. I'll put you on rework. Firebug, we're blocked until we have firebugs. The Harpy. We haven't gotten an AA challenge in a while. Do I think I could make a better AA build for it for that challenge? Do I think it could benefit from having double 8 kilos instead though? Probably. That we need parts. Squirtle, actually it's reworked to 9k power score at the moment, so we forgot to update this, but theoretically update it for 10k power score or just make it more viable really. Helicarrier has an extra energy. I don't know what I was supposed to use that. We also got to rejig the upgrades, so that is a rework. Atlas is this one, which is the forward-facing version. Literally, what? Oh, Lama. We actually got to download these. 7 minutes. Pretty good for how many builds we got through, I think. Let's build this. And we slap. Uh-oh. I think a problem I made for future Bronze Break is rearing its ugly head at the moment. Well, that's embarrassing. My Newt horn is in the way. I don't think my Newt horn is going to fit down there. We can't not have the Titanic horn on a cohort build this large. So removing it's out of the question. And we can't tuck the verifier down there because it gets blocked, even though the actual round disc that flies up is fine. Well, it's not fine there, but now it's fine. So we can't nestle it in there. So I guess we're just gonna have to be silly and put this on the back. This is one I need to rework anyway due to the legs and mass stuff. I don't think we can stick this, no, not that way, so that way or bust. Technically the reverse way, so it's not as obvious what it is. Although again, I don't think I'm fooling anybody, but doesn't hurt to try. And then this also needs more work as far as seeing if I can actually get the part limit down, or rather rework the frame so I can get the part limit down so that I can maybe, what the hell is crust? Is this not running Crow? No, it's not. This one must be running bromine. No, stop. I'm trying to drag you, bro. Okay. Okay. Enough of that. Save that. Now it is 17. Yeah, I'm super not convinced that the big rooms are going to be the way to go, but hey, at least I have it. See, 2.17.12. Yeah, there we go, guys. We can probably say rework. Let's say guy teammate. Frames. Part limit. Equalizers. That's just, yeah, that's everything. Needs to be redone with it. We have this. Oh, this one I downloaded. Yeah, this is, oh, so actually, funny that, I was talking about the build earlier, I didn't even have all the versions, so this was the first version, with the Sabbath, and then still with the trombones, and it's even worse than the other two, and then I realized, oh, I don't actually need to run the Sabbath, I'll just run the buggy wheels, have enough tonnage, because this is medium cabin rather than the fucking cohort, and then, yeah, everything else changed, so... Yeah, this one I am not keeping, but you know, there you go. If you it's horrible. Every part of it sucks. It's all bad. This was sticking up. This isn't like masked as well as the other parts. These things are directly on frames. I have the bumpers, the APC bumpers wrapping around the frames. Pretty much the one good thing about it. It was so large. I needed so many plows and armor, and I just did not have the mask for it. There we go. We got another one we can get rid of. Yay. And then we got this one, which is in some pretty need of some pretty heavy rework, because realistically we don't want to just let's see how much of my storage. Yeah, one off should be fine for queuing in the meantime, but I'll probably have to throw probably have to throw the big REMs back up into the market. Give me the notification. Lovely. Oh, that means I'm actually at the limit right now, so that was probably not wise. Oh, because not only, like, obviously that Cyclops, but also I'm going to have to figure out how to match the parts, and if I actually want to run the Geagle, so I have some degree of speed with it, because going 60 does not spark joy. So I'm going to need to rework this one pretty heavily compared to the ones I'm trying to get invested into at the moment. Say rework, Cyclops, energy, rework. Just didn't touch it at all, actually. Cyclops, and then Geagle, question mark. Alright, Vindist needs an absolute overhaul. That is just a temp one. This was the old Ura thing. I like the build of it, but probably just throw on 2 kilos, take off the Doppler, honestly. I do not have 2 kilos. We'll say V Epics, V Shivers, V Seals. Gotta do some math on that one. Actually, technically we're blocked because we need a second a kilo. Masochist is just kind of not good. Well, I guess I could have submitted this one for the contest too. It is at 9,000. I, however, do not have that many kings at the moment, so unless the price nosedived. I actually kind of did. I guess everybody submitted their builds for the competition. That's it. Bug it. Throw them on the market. Admirable. Especially because they had a deluxe pack sale. I could submit this one. I think it's a better, more clever build than the other one. Nah. I mean, it does allow me to have it for the 10,000 coins. But I also don't think they would have a pack that includes the fucking Omamori anyway, so at best it would be the inverter. That energy changes, I don't have enough you know, we'll leave that alone for a sec. This probably 2 times a kilo again, but we'll just throw all of that stuff there. Patrol MIGs, kilos, Cyber crab kilos. Dreadnought. Still need to figure out what to do with it, especially now that Snowfall's got an energy nerf. The quick maths. Say that I could get another 2 energy. So I'd have 6. Could I fit a 3rd Snowfall? I'd need 3 more. So if I got rid of the interceptor, I would still need to get rid of the Doppler or the averter, and then I want to also be able to run the cyclone. But I could run 3 Snowfalls. Interesting. That is an enticing option. Even though, like, it's probably not very good, but, you know, more Snowfalls. It's not to love. Okay, I have to consider that. This one, I don't think anything changed, did it? Praise be the Reapers, whom do not require anything other than ammo. I think I still need to check the Aegis versus Barrier, though. Some more math, as if I don't have enough to do. What are we at? 1/4 through the rest period. Okay, well, we're pretty much done. Let's see, we already got the Odin. I did not update this. 2.16.22. And then, yeah, probably Aegis Bus Barrier. Oh, the same as, no, whoops, I'm looking at the wrong one. That'd do it. Aegis plus Razorback versus Barrier. Yeah, so, okay, cool. So that has not changed. More math. Energy changes means I can't really run the Lucifer on this one anymore, because for a very brief history of something that's also gone on over a dozen iterations, before they upped the Yeti, which is reasonable, it was OP, and downed the Ghost, I had enough energy to run the 2 Hurricanes and the 1 Trombone, but then energy changes happened, so now I'm short, and I thought I could get rid of the Trombone. I run 2 times Lucifer. The math does still check out, but if I do that, then I can't upgrade the flywheel to a Cyclone. And honestly, the Hurricanes actually work pretty well with the Yeti on this. I'm not so convinced the Lucifers would be able to say the same, although I'd have to test to find out, and then I wouldn't have the Cyclone. Sorry, the Cyclops. Because I can't really get rid of the cloak on the build. Use cloak as its cabin perk. Can't get rid of the cheetah to reduce that, so my only other option is to downgrade the cloak anyway, which I'm not a fan of because, like, delicious 8-second cooldown. Hard to say no to that because the other option is 24 seconds. So could work, especially with the firing period of the Lucifer versus the Hurricane. So we'll say 2 times Lucifer versus let's see, plus Yeti plus Cyclops / Chameleon plus Flywheel versus 2 times Hurricane plus Yeti plus Cyclops. Siegebreaker needs to be, yeah. There were energy changes specific to the Tackler too. Crazy that. Then we've got all these bad boys on the exhibition, but we have 1, 2 free slots, technically 3 if we get rid of that Mine Dove build that I just downloaded. So I'm not too concerned about throwing up my builds on the exhibition and then doing all of these. Especially for the time being, so it's maybe not. It's not, but I'm going to go pee real quick, not that anybody's watching. If they come here and I'm not responding, they're going to realize that I didn't say anything. So we're going to do this. I'm going to save that file somewhere else. Let's see, where did I have it anyway? I don't even think it's here. Oh, there it totally is. Let's move you to... I guess technically you're in the right spot. Great. Okay. And then keep that up in the background. Okay, so for builds for this, what are we thinking? That is super loud in the background. Maybe we quiet that just a bit. Okay. Well, let's update the one build that we know we do pretty decent with, other than apparently whenever I'm streaming. Rather than worrying about new builds at the moment, because this should be the quickest. Should be, let's see. What can we do here? Obviously, energy changes are an option. I think pretty much everything's already upgraded. That will work well with the Cyclops. Could also go for projectile speed and whatever that other one was. Explosion radius. Both durability, aren't they? Yeah. I guess we can give it a go, see if we feel a difference, I suppose. Yeah, that's on. Change the default control. Yeah, it does give me a little bit more oomph, considering how much I like sniping with him. It still feels a lot more than 15%, but not complaining. Okay, so we got that. Now we can take a peek at changing out modules, but if we want to change out and to increase it, then we're going to increase the energy. Which means we've got to slap a bootstrap somewhere. Which doesn't seem like it's going to bode super well. But it's either that or a Thor, and then have 2 extra energy. I don't think we can even fit that, can we? Let's see, that would have to go somewhere else, because I'm not having a car jack. Could change out those. Kinda don't want to. Also not too sure it's actually improved anything though. Also we don't have 1x10s, so I have to use 1x6s or 1x8s and leave a gap at the end, which is like even yuckier in my eyes. But whatever. Test and find out, I guess. Iterate as necessary. Fit that guy. Maybe we swap that. Would be better not to have an explosive there at all, but if we're going to have it somewhere, it might as well be averted. Then if we throw that on, then we have 300 power score, which is just enough for an epic. So we couldn't even really swap this out for the Cyclops, could we? But I think with the power score we're going to need to spend to get the Cyclops anyway. Yeah, probably better off just trying to fit a bootstrap, unfortunately. So we don't theoretically have to have that shoved there. So we can keep the intermediary frame, even though again I'm not actually sure it does any good. We can shove something else down there, because it literally won't fit there. It won't fit anywhere else other than at the very back of the build, which is super sketch, but also I don't really have much choice in the matter. Unless I wrap frames around as a 1x6 and shove this 6 wide. I'm actually not hating that idea. Again, not so sure it's the answer, but so bad in the background. So loud, rather. He doesn't have breathing issues. He's not a pug. Got a little bit of a whistle. He's no whistle. Super not convinced this is the answer. Also can't swear that this isn't the answer though. Which puts it about halfway to sounding like a decent idea. Of course, that pop soda is my entire build. Not like it wasn't the case with the other one, but at least it was protected better. Also don't need those, now that's 6 wide at the back. You can upgrade that for that. Then we just gotta figure out how to position it. Even though I have many a concern. See, we probably can't fit this vertical super well. Horizontal doesn't sound great, but at least it's a decent shape for it. Unfortunately, it also means they have a pretty good chance of knocking that out pretty early, which is a fairly important part. I guess I could do it the other way, if I shorten those frames. Because I'm not as concerned about losing the radar as I am losing that. That's me being bad at math. Yeah, that is not going to work. Not having the wheel attached. Can't really put this anywhere else though. Because it is very large. Right, for power scaling. How are we 600 off still? It's crazy. We gained 200 there. 300 there. But going from this to the Thor gives another energy, which I do not know what I would spend it on. Well, I could spend it on an Ohomori, but I really don't have space to fit it down there. And I'm pretty sure that would also be significantly over. Yeah. So unless I completely rejigged the... I mean, I could drop the Doppler to a Maxwell. Don't even know that I have space for all these parts. That wouldn't even... let's see, what do we have room for? That would probably have to at least be a Maxwell. Have to cut another 300 power score. Not so sure I can do that. I thought, well, just straight up removing other parts, but like I'm pretty content with most of the parts I have at the moment. My other option being to not upgrade the Averter, not upgrade the Cyclops, and get a cloak module, which we have even less room for, even though that was on the original designs. But not with also Ruin and Carjack and all this other stuff. Everything being bigger and whatnot. Well, let's go back to this. Actually, better yet, let's grab a couple of builds I think we might do well at this. Power score, just so we have other options. Where's the download? Okay, we're just gonna delete this one at this point, whatever. It's not, well, I mean, I don't really need the slots, I guess. Another 10,000 one, which is unlikely. I'm thinking it's probably gonna have to be a shotgun of some sort. Oh, sorry, I guess this is a shotgun. I was thinking another CQC, maybe a longer range one. Probably can't fit the Kaiju at 10k, but I could fit the Thyrsus. And I could maybe run, like, whirlwinds. Maybe. Where's the... There you are. Should be easier to update, I hope. Because we don't need that. And we can upgrade that. Which means we might be able to fit a Yeti. But I doubt it. Guaranteed we're going to be taking damage too. Maybe Yuki is better. I seem to recall we also have a terrible, armoring setup. Whatever, one struggle at a time. So upgrade you. Oh, we can't really use the bootstrap though, you aren't going to fit. Also, I do not have 4 chills. So we need to find some place to fit all that. But I could conceivably at least have power score for it. And I do want that radar. Let's see. Probably don't want to mess with that. good position for that anyway. Also a questionable choice to have them all stacked up like this. But we could split it, even though it means the inverter is only attached to the one thing back here, which is a shame. Then do that. Pretty sure you should fit there, no? No, you're not 6 deep. Okay. Those complicate things. We didn't have you there, could you fit? Very begrudgingly, but guess we don't need that big of a Jenny. But we need the bootstrap to fit 2 more, and we need to find space for you. So, okay, let's make this taller. No idea how to fit the bootstrap. Oh, well, I guess we could also nook it there. Cry over our distinct lack of space. So that would need to be like that. Where am I? That one. It's sticking out. Let's make it stick out as little as possible. Throw that there, throw that on one side. Throw other stuff after. Still don't have room for the Yeti there. Let's see, I don't suppose I have enough power score to do this. And then slap on all this stuff. Well, I mean, the math kind of does check out for that. Problem is we don't really have enough space to do so. Because you need to fit both the Yeti and the Doppler and another thing down there. Unless, I mean, we could do... that. And then... what am I missing? What, the Doppler... which should probably just make the Maxwell. And then we just need to fit that bad boy somewhere. And the Ruin, which would probably eat up most of our remaining power score. Yeah, and would want to sit in that nook anyway. So unless I make this... I somehow fit this in the middle here, which I really don't think is going to happen. I'm going to have to have it hanging out the back somewhat, which I'm also not a fan of. But to be fair, it could work. Serious, back to the fucking hills. See, I don't even know if we have enough power score to fit the armor parts. Our mass pretty close. Throw that back on. Just gonna leave that seal hanging out, but I can't Jenga it any better than that without necessitating running multiple kilo, which I do not have, nor have the power score for. I mean... that does make it fit. I'm forgetting which side's the underside. But the math is mathing. It's mathing pretty well at that. Okay, let's do that. Let's see if we can upgrade the plows. Yeah, not really. Also the entire separate question of will it actually perform well. Which, I mean, like, shit, I'd hope so, but certainly no guarantee of that. Fair, I could probably take off to core, but they're all pretty out of the way. I'd only net another, like, what, 150 power score. I don't really know what I could do with that. The obvious option would be upgrade the max out to the Doppler, but I don't exactly have the space for that anyway. Since my only negative space is in the front or back and parallel with the ground rather than with the hardware. Well, I might have enough mass for you. I don't have the power score though. Well, with whatever these things are. I don't know if that all sparks joy per se, but back in the could work department. Well, except we're not even getting close to that phenol perk actually being active. Unless I felt like remaking it with buggy wheels. I wonder if this would actually do enough damage against cyclones, because that's pretty much my biggest issue at the moment. The alternative would be to make fire dog with remedies for the first time in like 3 years. Which wasn't even a particularly strong suit of mine to begin with. We only got 8 minutes until it starts. So what else would I do? Could fail one more piece of armor for one. Wowza. Really completes the look. Because I don't think I could fit a freight train, isn't it more than that? Like 316, 337, need another 50. It's there. 807, so, oh, yeah, it might be worth it though. 275. It's just this one panel again. Oof. Over by 5. 4x5 again. Alrighty. Oh, this is gonna look terrible. Looks... Alright, where did I use them? I don't have 45 mass, I'd be 7 over. Oof. I think we're gonna have to give her a go as is. That looks better. Probably just gonna get that piece shot off though. Oh. Did I really use all the doors? Oh, I did. Alright, be how it do. Yeah, not like I really have more space to do anything else. Oops, we didn't even shove it back all the way. Actually, no, I guess that's a half pip. Okay, add it to the stack. I'm not gonna cry because we didn't update the other two, nor add a new sniper one. Be how it do. One thing at a time, and I really didn't seem to be making any headway with this one, even though the answer is simple from an energy perspective. Very much not simple from a fitting everything perspective. Oh damn, guess I should just suicided that dude way earlier. Oh well, at least it was a fair match. We actually had a chance of it too.
There's a whole bunch of them around here. Come on, who's next, Tom?
So not that matchmaking is giving me much of a choice to vote on most of these, but I am going to note that a lot of them are literally just ones that are already on exhibition that have just been repainted and entered for the contest. So that atop the NSFW submissions leads me to believe there are going to be a lot of disqualifications.
Weapons ready. Task is to capture the enemy base.
Let's show these bastards.
I will say them using the Maxwell as a peg rig actually super clever. Haven't seen that before. I'm not quite sure how these guys are 3-stack and not like communicating at all. Really hope they don't just win by time bleed out. Seems like they possibly could with the mine build. It was a bad match per se. I think the mine dude could have done more. I don't know if they were the one who messed up cigars. I don't think so, but at the very least I only got hit by a few, and they would have needed to prioritize it however they thinks.
We were great today, guys.
Let's go. Follow me, guys.
Okay, well, I think this build did better, but unfortunately can't say much for the team. At least it was more wins than losses this time. Although some of those were, like, super tilted towards us. Not so sure I'm going to be getting up anywhere high anywhere soon, nor anyone else, just due to the nature of, like, most of these power scores being so close, or well, rankings being so close. I don't think we're going to be able to gain or lose many points until people get higher up. But then, of course, there are also going to be people who've been playing more and have got higher up to begin with, so might be able to keep the lead. Guess we'll see. But I think that concludes this.